Moda, 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 moda. Whew. No, then. Pow. Seven days to wobbly. Looking at blue is kidding. Right now, Queenie is live on Minecraft server today. So if you want to join Blue or Queenie, or both, assuming Blue appears later, then you can join them today on the Minecraft only day, where it's Minecraft all day. Now, if you're looking for more information based on some statistical reports, we have some data for you. Resident Evil 9, Apocalypse. A game title that will be coming to you, brought to you by Capcom, and it may showcase during the third and fourth quarter of the year. So, be ready for the announcement. The latest will be January. Also, I've decided to re-download the Darkness Falls mod in order to check out a few things, but I do not intend to install it right away. This will be a 3-day excursion through Darkness Falls, for those who are wondering. Excursions for 3 days may last up to 12 or 14 hours a day. Or it might go on for 24 hours a day, as long as they scarf down as much coffee as possible. Anybody wondering, my old cell phone, which is more newer than my cell phone, the S22. Here's a little bit of a news flash. The cell phone itself seems to be still broken and is not charging. So, my old phone has been mostly converted into what is essentially a pocket paperweight. So if you're wondering why I do not use my old phone for content upload, picture tracking, or anything at all, is because of that. I no longer use it because, well, well, it's kind of a paperweight now, so.
Testing 51.
PKPD! Stop resisting! Stop resisting! Alright, man. Get the moringa berries. What other illegal illicit activity are these Pokemon doing here? Well, in the event I ever get screwed over and I'm running for my goddamn life, this would probably be a decent building to run into if everything goes horribly wrong on Horde Night. Which reminds me, if I switch Horde Night over to 1 day from now, it'll immediately activate as soon as nighttime happens. Now, there were a couple of mods back in the day that I remember that Horde Night could not happen directly at night or is associated with night and could also be activated during the daytime. So if it was Horde Day, then it would be Horde Day and it would last all day. Imagine being on your damn toes the whole damn time, shooting at infected and running through buildings in order to avoid being ripped apart. Anyways, in the newer updated version of 7 Days to Die, it's expected that the living dead may be able to mutilate you. You might be able to see the mutilation instead of just falling over. So, there's pretty much an added bonus to every little thing. I'm hoping they up the gore and the violence, and how bloody it can get, simply by allowing you to switch a setting. Because then I could really make it as realistic as possible. It'll be like a Mr. Beast video. I got my guts ripped out by the infected zombie horde because I was underprepared.
Good. Put the air conditioning on just in case. You book Minecraft, excellent. Well, I'm using shooters that are.
If you're wondering who that is in the background, that's Queenie. I think her boyfriend's blue.
It's not loading, so I'm gonna have to shut it
I
down.
think. I'm not entirely sure.
No, seriously, I'm gonna have to.
I don't know her
yeah,
physical or mental expectational factors or emotional relationship connection associated with the individual known as Blue. Which I actually thought Blue and Queenie was actually her, and that she came up with the entirety of the title name herself. It seems more believable than my original assumption of other related, well, fiascos, to be more honest. But she's a very nice woman. Sometimes you can see the emptiness in people's souls. But that's another subject to be explored later, and as to why I could see that inside of such a young person. I say young, even though most people are obviously older than me. But that's because I was raised a certain way, and I've been saying that for years. So there's nothing I can do about that. If you got a problem, take it up with my ass. You're the only one who's gonna give a crap. Ma'am, that is vandalism of school private property.
It gets even worse, so yeah, trust me.
How dare you violate school property?
You don't need that kind of negativity.
You saw that? That delinquent violated school property.
Fuck.
Now the freaking window over there is demanding penance.
Okay, Houston, I have a problem. Oh, it's in. Okay, so it is working. Woohoo! Okay, that's.
I should probably swing my car up to the front, since technically that's where I'm parked at anyways.
Off, 1024. You need to go, bro.
Even though I know I'll be exiting from right there, considering I'm all near the front of the building, I should probably just swing the vehicle around towards the front.
Okay, don't touch the goddamn thing. Hey, girlfriend wants to spend time with you forever.
It would make a lot more sense instead of looking like a dumbass.
Ooh, I think it actually did die.
But Squidward, we've already done babble like a jackass.
You became pointless. You shot him? Yeah, mine's each is out of idiots. They
There's a new
updated it,
strat out there.
in April, the last one, so it should be hopefully more textures. Half potato. Steve Techno's apartment.
The
Essentially, that's what it is,
origami
yeah.
cigarettes.
It's okay, I've loaded in. I have loaded in. Oh, yes! The cherry blossoms are loaded. The new tree textures are in. Oh my god. Oh my god. I've actually got the new tree textures. Heck yeah. Heck yeah, that looks good.
And yes, before you ask, I'm not entirely sure where this music track came from, but I may have used it in the past for a video edit.
What about
Gotta quarantine some subjects out here. You violated quarantine. Just because you're the staff major of the school doesn't exactly mean you can do whatever you want. And it does not mean you are immune. Nearly avoided that one. Better close that fence. It'll buy me a few precious seconds to make sure my ass won't get ripped apart. These are some hungry zippos. Whee!
Oh, it's nice and shiny. Oh, I actually really like this. That's exactly the skin. I'd rather just be in an older pack than I actually want an older pack. Thank you very much. How about everyone that tells me
Classroom's clear except for bookshelf. Odd papers I could sell. It's a little bit weird that school would have some of these materials here.
so. Oh, it is really like it. Is it lagging for anything else? It's definitely on the server. It's just me.
Hold on. Could use that one.
Feel the frame being so low. But look at them. Look at the little fiber blocks.
Like Luke Queenie is still going on in the background. It's just playing Minecraft. I think it's a modded server. I'll slowly amplify the sound over time. But until that happens, we'll be able to make sure I get everything here. Am I going upstairs? Clear. No hostages. I repeat, hostages. Hostages. Oh shit. Tango down. Tango down. Quite a few mods. That's good. I don't think I have the vehicle fuel saver mod, but I'll have to look that up. And this librarian had everything. Nope, no fuel saver mod. We'll take that then. Serious Fist's already maxed out. Knife guy isn't maxed out. I know that one right off the bat. Alright. Yeah, I didn't do anything yesterday because I was feeling like, wow, I was feeling like shit. Tango down. Yeah, that guy was a feral. Human experiment of radioactive waste and functionality. Basically a waste of human organs. Gotta get rid of them. Never know, they could spring back to life. Okay. I think that's practically everything on this level. Did the research finished out? Yeah, I did. Oh no, you don't, you little loser. I already know you're gonna do. We'll drop that just in case. That's where I came from. Security gates went down. So refrigerator, skull, flag banner, I guess. Maybe they were the Swiss, considering the color texture. Oh no, man, I'm gonna have to bust your ass up now. Let me get my slugs. Fat ass over there. You heard me, Tubby Murrah. No, no, you don't. Sit your ass down. Man, Tubby Murrah over there thought he was gonna get what he wanted. Ooh. Man, that guy really ruined the lunch line. Probably ate everybody here too while he was at it. Gulp, 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 gulp. Gulp, 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 gulp. Gulp, 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 gulp. Ah, my old cell phone. Reduced to nothing but a paperweight. Based on a true story. The men and women in the show are innocent until proven guilty with my 12-gauge automatic shotgun. Look at that, they had burglar bars but on the inside to keep the students in. I must have really not wanted these kids to get out. They're like, hold them here. Our inventory of food is escaping. Say, dog, got my ball back. Okay. No monkey toast. I should probably add some more music. So they're gonna go browse into the inventory of old ancient music that I literally completely forgot about for years. For anybody wondering, I have forgot about it for years. Blowing hot breath in your face. It's like a little weird. It's so soft. Hold on while I pump up the gas on that volume. Oh, they're pretty violently loud, but why not? Man, I'm hungry after all those ass whoopings I just dealt out. Gotta clear that out real quick. For anybody wondering why I cleared that room out like that, it's because if I clear it out, it makes it a little bit easier to handle. And then if I'm a retard, I'll let it sit there and then I'll get my ass handed to me. Which will then cause in turn lots of turmoil later. I'll have to go back to this loot later. Oh, that dude actually shrank after that. He was bigger. He actually shrank after I shot him again.
絶望と罠が仕掛けられてるこのチャンス何が良くて悪いのかコインの表と裏みたいだどれだけ生きれば癒されるのだろう
Like sitting down real quick. That dude does take a quick seat. So for those of you who are wondering, is he okay? I'm sure he is. Trying how to take a quick seat too. Just the Sharder gangers. His name is Dan Michael Jason. Get your ass down. Skinny little bastard. You're listening to Three Doggos. And you're listening to Ass and Mouth Galaxy Radio. Giving you the asinine truth, no matter how stanky it is. Stay down. If you were really that valuable, lady, you would have been evacuated to the nearest military installation. You know, excluding all of the infected individuals, you know, right after they took them out back and shot them like old Yeller, that is. You know, mods that let you reutilize these doors would be pretty great. And I hope that's a future, well, update in this game. So I hope in the next update of this particular game, which will be next month or possibly early the end of this month, during the next release of this 7 Days to Die games franchise title, which will be officially exiting. Might I add, the game title will be officially exiting its alpha stage, and will be entering into a full-fledged update, known as the official release. The official release of 7 Days to Die will be utilizing new implementations in order to deliver you some newish franchise-looking stuff. However, I have noticed that the infected are starting to look more and more Korean, rather than North American. So, keep that in mind. It does give me a sort of Resident Evil-ish sort of feeling, considering some of the infected do look like NPCs straight out of Resident Evil. Hold on while I'm receiving a phone call. Okay, guys. There's just a little bit of technical difficulties and having to literally run to the bathroom due to technical difficulties and from eating, not eating, but from drinking coffee. So it was a bit of unexpected material. Much better. I wish I could separate the audio channels better, but that's a little bit beyond whatever software I'm running on right now, OBS's capabilities. I remember it used to be a little bit more sophisticated with OBS, but somewhere, well, it became the fat kid with Down syndrome sort of situation. Now, before you judge me on that department, I've had a girlfriend who had Down syndrome and I never knew, but I didn't judge her. She was a very nice and sweet and gentle person. But she wasn't exactly very honest with herself or me. You know, the best thing I can say is, you know you hit a brand new low whenever the person is down syndrome takes on you when you're an honest individual. Which does prove the point of nice guys finish last. So, you know, I'm pretty much going to state this. I don't blame the individual for being that messed up, but I do blame them for being disrespectful in a capacity that was unacceptable by even my standards. You know, if you're honest with somebody and you're honest with yourself, you should always remember to be honest with the person that you're dating. I didn't really ever think less of the individual, and I didn't really ever treat them indifferently. I treated them like they were a normal individual and nothing was wrong with them. But apparently even that's not enough. At least by the menial standards of today. I guess that wasn't enough for her, you know, being in love for who she was. So, her cheating on me became a thing. That was sort of like a bummer for me. Hold up. While I try to figure out how to... Let's do media player. Why is it only capturing desktop audio? There should be more of the freaking stuff. Desktop audio, because I'm really trying to separate the game channels. There we go. So I target the media player. I'm literally targeting the media player's audio. Right now it's sitting at 10.2. Need to do a little bit of an evaluation on sound. So give me a second while I diagnose that. This will require me to have to play a music track, by the way, for those of you who are listening.
Roaming in between the world of sleep and awake, seems so far away from where I've been, and unsure but not afraid, trusting my soul. I know I must be taken to see the world that is, not so far from now. Imaginations come and sweep the shores of my mind, letting it be visions pass and emotions arise, letting them go beyond on doors I've never seen, opening one by one. Wake up, I hear a voice calling out to me. Look inside, see the light now ever holding you. All the truth is all you need to make of your reality. It's right here. Look deep within your shell.
Still working on audio capture, and there seems to be an issue with it, as I try to separate the damn channels of audio.
Finding out a galaxy of planets and stars within me, listening to each of them singing the same silent melody. I've never seen such beauty, impossibility, no speck of doubt or fear. Wake up, I hear a voice calling out to me. I see inside.
Gonna lower down the game audio capture to about 20% and mic input to 40% while I adjust accordingly. Now I'm gonna run this test. I'm not gonna hear anything on my end, so keep that in mind while I run this test. Fucking switch over. Shit, for fuck's sake. Jesus Christ. Okay, I think I've balanced the audio out a lot better, so I've reduced it to 20% my desktop audio capture, which allows me to have some music running in the background kind of softly, so that way it doesn't overcloud the actual game audio. And this works out pretty good. So, would I say this is successful testing? Both yes and no, but I want to bump myself to 45%. We're gonna bump game capture audio to 90%, have the desktop audio for music-based drop down to 20%. I'm doing this is because I really need to break it all down so that way I can get audio synced up the right way, and so that I'm not, you know, overthinking it or underdoing it or overdoing it. So I wanted to balance it out so that way, you know, it didn't make you feel uncomfortable, you the viewer, and so that the music would be a little bit more setting rather than off-putting. You know, I don't want it to blast your eardrums immediately, so, you know, I put my cell phone over here, the one that I have to probably keep plugged up to a charger from now on because the port is all messed up. But, you know, I put it up to max volume just to test out some audio quality settings so that I can make sure that I had it going. You may have heard audio overlapping itself, but that's because the phone itself has been, like, you know, bumped up to max volume, so it's just a variational standard just so I can get a good idea of how loud it is. I don't want to overdo it or underdo it or give low undertones of audio without necessarily balancing it out. It's better that I balance it out instead of let it sort of like overload or underfeed or overfeed into audio channels. So in perspective, that's kind of like the whole breakdown of it right there. You know, I'm trying to balance out audio. The sooner I balance it out, the better it'll be for everybody. Ooh, and he fell off. Alright. Literally had to run out of this room earlier. Glad to go to the bathroom or whatever. But yeah, I'm going to be occasionally playing music from my desktop simply because it's kind of there and, you know, I don't have to go looking on YouTube or something like that to grab some audio. So I'm just going to be using whatever it is I have kind of spared over from the last 20 years. And this is like spared over audio from whenever I was growing up. So I've collected audio tracks and music over the years. And I've lost a great deal of those audio tracks, and some of them are on much older hard drives, which are not in my possession because they stay with my biological father. Those computer hard drives, and all I did was tell him to make sure that he keeps those hard drives safe because they also have, well, they have blueprints on them, and those blueprints are pretty helpful. If you guys are wondering, what are those blueprints based on? Well, before the TV show Rick and Morty came out, I was working on essentially what would have been a trash can spaceship, but it was on a much smaller scale. Essentially, somebody decided to draw up my trash can spaceship and put it in a cartoon. So, the trash can spaceship was already under works before Rick and Morty was officially a TV show. And I had this idea in mind. And believe it or not, cheap metal and material can carry you a long way as long as you know how to balance out everything, including thrust vectoring functions, and including the force function. Now, a standard cast iron or steel trash can take a beating from several baseball bats, but what we're doing is using it as a mild thrust use, or a thrust booster or booster type technology, or just in general, an engine output. So if you're using it for an engine output, it'll have a relatively semi-high power to weight ratio, but not entirely high power to weight ratio, but it's high enough to move you through space without ripping your brains out. So, you know, without receiving the horrible side effects of extreme whiplash, which happens to most dumbasses who get on board space shuttles launching from the Earth's surfaces. And for those of you who do not know, it's a real thing. You get extreme whiplash jumping into a space shuttle. So instead of using a traditional thing, you kind of just like slowly push yourself away from the surface of the Earth without necessarily having what is essentially extreme whiplash. Which, again, is one of the major things I did try to avoid when implementing a design like that. Because it is a bit impractical when you really look at it. It's a bit impractical, but it's also practical and ergonomically cheap. So, with it being ergonomically cheap, airtight, and structurally sound, you know, for roughly less than $5,000, you could probably build yourself a spaceship. Probably. Because it's only been successful in the small-scale testing. So, the question is, will it be safe for space travel? I wouldn't know, since there's so much radiation in your literal atmospheric layers of your damn Earth's gravitational field. So, that's another stemming issue that, you know, you guys as the human race are going to face, is dealing with the extremity of extreme radiation. But another problem is that, you know, the people of Earth are kind of stuck on the planet because dumbasses before you guys had kind of irradiated this space and subspace area of your literal atmospheric locations of what you guys call the lithosphere. So, your atmospheric layers became irradiated with those old satellites carrying unshielded radioactive items. And that's the reason why there's radiation surrounding the Earth. It's not because the sun blasts the Earth so much. That dissipates with the Earth's atmospheric layers, including its gravitational layers of gravity. That tears apart the radiation and brings it down to the Earth, and the Earth absorbs it, and so do you. But not in massive quantities that would be lethal. However, when you break it all down, it's literally all that space junk that's floating up there that is just oozing with radioactive waste. Because it kind of was a big fat pile of radiation just floating in space once it became of no use. There were approximately a little over 300 or 1,000 of those little satellites they launched into space during the early freaking, I think it was 50s and the late 60s. All those little space probes and satellites and spy communications, comm hubs and all that stuff. All that crap up there is kind of what cluttered space and made it almost impossible for you guys to leave the surface of the Earth. You know, in a very large aircraft, if you ever had to evacuate the planet for some odd reason, that the whole planet would have to be abandoned. Now, a little bit of an update. Due to intercepted communications and functions, along with other related business associated with creatures not known of you guys or known by you, these creatures have indicated that your planet is currently in the way of what is essentially going to be an interstellar incursion. So you guys may be facing what may essentially be either A, slavery, or B, death. So, whichever one comes first when you really break it all down. There isn't much that I can say for some of you out there. But what I will say is enjoy the time you have remaining, because you never know. Like I said, it's just so overly complex with all the problems that Earthlings face on a daily basis that you guys kind of overly complicate things too for yourselves. Also, the particular people you leave in charge of your nations, countries, etc., they probably shouldn't be trusted anymore with your well-being or safety. And various reasons actually stem as to why. Which also includes, you know, mysterious plans to abandon the Earth in the event of a total planetary incursion and leaving the general public. That means you. They will leave you behind in order to save their own asses, and they'll say it's for the greater good, even though it clearly isn't. They had the resources and money to take at least 1/3 of the Earth's population off the surface of the planet and save them, while the remaining 2/3 will have to stay behind and fight for their lives. And even after said incursion is over, you will be fighting for scraps, food, and whatever weapons or nuclear devices that remained unchecked or unlocked will pretty much be at your disposal at that point. And at that point, the Earth will be plunged into what is essentially known as infinite darkness, and the infinite darkness indicates that you guys will pretty much kill each other over the leftover scraps of food, machinery, and working technology. And will the subjects who evacuated the Earth's surface, leaving you behind, come back? Yeah, they'll come back when they believe you've killed each other into extinction, which will probably take about 50 to 75 years, long after they left. But consequential actions of their actions won't really reflect too much on them, since they won't really have to do anything other than clean up the leftovers. Okay, that pretty much breaks down the entirety of what would happen during a mass emergency and the planet need to be evacuated. These political figures that declare themselves hands clean and didn't spill no blood, those people would be the ones to be leaving all of you behind, including officials, including very rich and powerful individuals. This has already been a unanimous plan that has been on the table since the early 50s, since first communication or confirmation of external species have been confirmed. And these plans were already put into effect since the early 50s. First contact happened like around the 1920s, but people didn't acknowledge it until like the 50s, which is when small stories and weird things about little green men and weird stuff started popping out of the blue, which are literal stories based on reporters who are currently still missing. Now with that being put out there, it lets you know a little bit about the dark side of what will happen in the event of a catastrophic, life-threatening, or, in this case, planetary life-threatening subsequential problem. Now, only a part of the government, the one that actually cares about you, will stay behind and fight what essentially would be known as the Red Menace, but it wouldn't be a bunch of communists, it'd be a bunch of outer space species or something like that. Anyways, your planet's kind of in the way or in the middle of a planetary invasion, or in this case a full-scale intergalactic war, which is a little bit of a weird thing. A little bit of communications and information does help, but also masking your whole planet and making it look like it's super highly advanced is another way of keeping and deterring creatures from believing they can come invade you. So, you know, you're welcome on that part. There's also a few other things, but there's a lot of things that even the small minds of the individual people, i.e. you, the general public, are incapable of understanding, which is one of the many reasons why the countries that surround you will never confirm or acknowledge the fact that aliens exist, except for the countries that do acknowledge it. They want you to know so that you can be fully aware of the situation. Some countries would rather prefer you don't know because it handles their overpopulation issue if you're caught off guard. So with those countries that won't tell you they exist, it's because they want their overpopulation issue to be solved. So they figured if a few million or a couple of billion of you die, they will have less to have to worry about, and all they gotta do is just get gasoline and just pile up the bodies, basically. So it makes it easier for human disposal. And instead of having to, you know, pretty much do it themselves, they'll let something from outside of Earth do it for them, thus sparing them even more money. There already was an overpopulation issue with the Earth anyways, and due to that subsequent issue, that was pretty much their opt-out plan. So, you know, plan A is to have a small group of people completely evacuate the planet, leaving whoever is left behind, and plan B is to go to war, kind of half-ass it, but then, you know, when the overpopulation issue has been solved, go full balls to the wall on, you know, fighting back. That'll pretty much be about it for the whole boil down part when it comes to the incursion part. They'll kind of half-ass it, but make it look like they're not half-assing it, and there will be like minor areas that you may notice that seem highly underprepared for such a cataclysmic problem. So, you know, just be aware. If you feel like your people are heavily underprepared and they say they couldn't secure the firearms or the material necessary, it's likely because there is a section of the brass that is sabotaging the operation. The best description I can give you is, you know, think Resident Evil 3. There were segments of the brass and segments of the police enforcement agencies that were involved with Raccoon City that also had a subsequent issue with procuring firearms, explosives, and ammunition missing or going missing after slowly being procured. Henceforth, the operations that occurred during. So, it'll be sort of like that sort of situation that you'll be dealing with, and you would probably have to deal with it alone. And if you see something, they say something if you see something. But what happens if that something is exactly associated with the people that are supposed to be keeping you safe? Should you say something? The answer is yes. But once that starts to become abundantly known that there are individuals part of the system sabotaging it, it'll cause a break in ranks, and nobody will be able to trust anybody, and only a small amount of companies will be fully operational, while others may end up fighting against the other companies, believing that there's any sabotage. So that's when Operation freaking, what is known as Operation Imbalance, comes into check. And when that happens, the subsequence and consequence would be abundantly known as this kind of factor. And this is where they begin to lie to the soldiers and troops in the event that they have to do something like that, so that they can keep them fighting each other rather than joining up to find out who's sabotaging the entire operation. Because the truth is, they'd rather see you all kill each other than to actually work together. And that's always been a literal thing about military powers too, with the command and conquer rule, which is regardless of who it is, the command and conquer law set is to not be overlooked or underplayed. It was just something I wanted to point out. There are segments of the brass and individuals who are literally not even in control of their own thoughts. So, when I break it down and say that there's an internal power struggle occurring even today as we speak, that's actually pretty real. There's a reason why I investigate a lot of things and why I look into a lot of crap. You know, I want to make sure I'm not getting the raw end of the deal, because if you end up with the raw end of the deal, you're screwed, and you gotta fend for yourself. And fending for yourself in the middle of a war, or in the middle of what is essentially military systems breaking ranks and following their own beliefs and code of conduct, can rake you into a war that you don't even want anything to do with. I'm not saying that there is dissent within the United States. However, there is a group of people who may be inciting dissent within the U.S. And every time you try to give information about these particular issues and substantial problems that are emerging from out of the woodwork, they always try to look for abundant evidence that can connect it to somebody from outside of the United States, to act like it's Al-Qaeda or some other unbelated nation that's got nothing to do with the mess. And it's always been an abundant resource of how the United States does classic misdirection in order to put all the blame on the outside world rather than to take assumptional responsibility for their own stupidity of their own actions. And it's always been the American way to blame somebody else. I'm not saying this is an abundant factor that constantly happens, but over the last 60 to 70 years, it has been played out that way. And being unable to accept responsibility for your own stupidity and not controlling the problem before it got out of hand is also another problem that this country faces, and is why many reasons why a lot of people state that Americans are stupid. It's because people fail to wake up and people fail to look at the reality of what's going on around them. And we end up with these factions inside of the system, and these factions shouldn't exist in the system, because it puts your safety at risk for someone else's personal gain. And that's why they say your loss is someone else's gain. Now, apply that systematic ideal to your loss is someone else's gain, but when it comes to the safety of your children and your family and your household, then at that point, your loss really is someone else's gain, because they screwed you out of your safety in order to make a quick buck. And this happens quite daily in the U.S., which is the reason why politics really cannot be trusted. Some can, but some cannot. There are those who say that they did messed up things for this country to protect this country from itself, but the truth is that this country is constantly at war due to indifference of opinion. However, these opinions aren't naturally the opinions of those who are in charge or associated with said organized groups or ideals. These opinions are opinions of politicians who then put those opinions inside of these brain-dead people who have no clue what they're doing or saying. Which means that the ideas that they have that they think are their ideas are actually not their ideas. It's something that I pointed out years ago. Not every person around you is smart enough to know that the idea that they're being fed isn't their idea. And not every person around you is intelligent enough in order to realize that they've been screwed over, or they were just tricked into making them think that was their idea. And politicians always try to implement the idea like if it was yours. Subsequently, you, the general public, get fucked out of your own ideals. But you also get fucked over monumentally whenever the politicians turn their back on you and be like, I'm not the one who said that it was okay to do that, because they'll immediately redact any statement and deny everything. Especially if it has something to do with a connection with something that had led to a horrible event, or a chain reaction of something that they were not expecting, or was completely unexpected. Henceforth the words of unknown unknown and a known unknown. And due to these substantial issues is the reason why I always state you really can't trust your politicians. They'll always say what the public wants to hear, but once it blows up in their face and hits the fan, they'll immediately redact and act like it's somebody else's fault, and they will throw the blame on whoever fits the description as the ideal holder. So the best description I can give for you is pretty much to stay the hell away from politics. The only way to work in politics is to fucking point it out and put out the obvious flaws first, and then freaking try to make a difference. So that way you can keep your country, yourself, your state, and your people safe from one another. Because the ideas of individuals can be dangerous, but if it wasn't for those ideals would keep other people in check. Which is one of the many reasons why Great Britain does the whole, population policing thing. And when I say population policing thing, I mean that Great Britain doesn't have to, police their population. They kind of police themselves. It's like you have perfect servants, essentially. You don't have to lift a pinky to police them because they're doing it all for you. These people are on the lookout for terrorists and all sorts of stuff. However, they don't realize that the terrorists are also the very people that work inside of their system. So it's also, and vice versa, a double negative. In perspective, I'm not saying that every system has its group of bad people, but it also does have its group of bad people. So not every group of people are the right people to follow. The best thing I could say is examine your system and then revise it if necessary. And if it works, it works. If something sticks, it sticks. But keep in mind, everything is a gambit, everything is a gamble. Not everything is going to work out the way you want. So you also got to keep that in mind too. Just because it worked somewhere else doesn't mean it's going to work over there. Fact. Just because somebody said, oh, well, over there in this country that worked out, how come it didn't work out over here? Well, there's a difference between your country and another country. Another country has different bylaws and ideological functions. So those ideological functions might have been more flexible because people are more willing to accept it. It's all about willingness and the ability to accept changes to bylaws and ideological functions in order for the success of something to occur. Otherwise, you're kind of just spitting in the dark and hoping that something gets hit and that it turns out to be a good thing. So, there's always that. Just like when it comes to rights, human rights, ideologies, and local laws. These ideologies are always put into question every year because they have to revise laws in order to ascertain a general-based function that works out for everybody, not just one person. If the rule only benefits one person, then it wouldn't make any sense to pass said rules or laws, because it only benefits one individual. So if one individual is the only benefactor, nobody's going to want to vote for that rule. Of course, people who are rich, which also include millionaires and etc. I don't know what's wrong with the camera, it's kind of wobbly right now. I don't know if you guys noticed that, but take a look at this. I think after I just got attacked, my character kind of ended up glitched. But what I'm genuinely getting at is this. You gotta be able to balance out the good from the bad, the negative from the positive. It's all the same thing. but it all really depends. Sure, people have rights, but when you start acting like your rights are more important than other people's is whenever you're in the wrong. So it's always and vice versa, sort of 50-50 or 60-40 split. It really depends on how it works for that day, how an individual is feeling in order to really balance out who has more rights than the other person. And in order for everybody to coherently agree with each other, not one person may have more rights than another person, which is a literal fact. So simply by reducing or preventing somebody from believing they have more power than other people, it allows you to balance out a coherent functioning nation. Plus it lets people relax more often. If I can relax, then it means you can relax. That's basically what it means. If I cannot relax,
that
then
was a
you're
good
not going to
deal.
be relaxing either. So you get what I mean? Everybody's got to be able to relax, but if just not one person can relax, then everybody else has to be on edge as well. Look at that. But that's kind of how they break it down, and most people don't know that. It's like achieving a sense of balance without disturbing others. And in order to achieve a sense of balance without technically disturbing other individuals is literally the only way you can actually live coherently with one another. But when I tell you I do a lot of studying and I take a look at a lot of things, I really do a lot of studying and I do take a look at a lot of stuff. I pay attention to rule sets and laws that get passed
Thanks
so
for the
that way I can
business.
understand the
We're open from dawn to dusk,
longevity
since,
of
we don't
certain
have class.
things. This is just so you can avoid things, which also include hectic issues, problematic people, and other stuff. The best thing I could say, it's best to avoid a lot of issues instead of getting involved into them, because it could spare you a lot of things and, well, keep you from getting your ass handed to you. Once you get your ass handed to you, that's pretty much
I
it.
hope you get feeling better.
I mean, good luck surviving the beating. Might as well just read this for research reasons. If I can't sell them to her, I might as well just read them. This is like something I did want to look at, and I wanted to kind of just level out with you, who are probably listening and watching. It's better that you try to avoid a lot of confrontations in the world. It's also best that you try to avoid stepping on other people's toes. But another thing is that if you're always trying to avoid problems, you'll end up eventually stumbling into one that was bigger than the one you were avoiding. So, you know, it really depends on who, what, when, and where. It's basically all about timing. Not every individual is going to be bent out of shape, and not every individual is going to agree with you. You should understand and know these things before you decide to go ahead and act like certain things or believe certain things. Me, I am more consequentially focused on studying the exact functions that happen with people, and I'm studying life itself. So as I focus on studying human life, it allows me to look at people, judge them accordingly, but not in the kind of way that it would be like, oh, well, you're like a failed bioweapon. Why should I care about you? That's not the kind of judgment I'm looking for. The kind of judgment I'm looking to pass on would be the type of judgment that would be subsequent in order to understand another person's nature. Sometimes it's in people's nature to be an asshole, but that's probably because of generational issues associated with members being an asshole. But that's not every individual you come across. Some people literally can't help it because it's genetically screwed up like that. And some people can, but they choose not to because they don't care. So there's also that. But it is something I did want to state and say here today, pretty much. You know, don't overthink life and don't try to push your way if it's not happening or it's not going your way. The best thing I can say is always avoid the friction, because once push comes to shove and then you get shoved back, you can't get mad that you were pushed back. You can only do so much before somebody eventually has had enough of your shit. Like, I love my family members and stuff like that, but I can only handle so much. I had a family member who would always tell me that, you know, I can only handle so much, you know, from you, your mother, your father, your brothers. I can only handle so much. And that is true. Individuals can only handle so much. Once you believe you're in the status of individuality, it basically means that you're your own person, but it also means you don't want to hold other people's purses. The definition of holding another person's purse would be to hold their balls or to hold their problems for them.
Dr. Jen.
And nobody really wants to hold another person's problems, which is actually sad but true. So if your family members say, look, man, I love you and stuff because you're my relative, but I don't want to hold your purse, they're basically saying, your problems are too big for me to deal with, and it's sort of overloading me. I have too many problems of my own. So, I mean, I'm willing to listen to what you have to say, but I don't want to hold everything. That's like the breakdown. And, you know, when I tell people you can take it however you please, I mean, you really can just take it however you please, but you can't get mad when somebody tells you, you know, the truth. I'm willing to listen to family members and people in my household, but I'm not willing to hold their purse for them all the time, which is subsequent with my actual household. But I don't blame them. They have to dump their emotional issues and traumas somewhere, otherwise I'm not sure what'll happen to them. Maybe they'll go bonkers when I least expect it. That's why I said sometimes it's helpful to listen to your family and sometimes it
You
isn't.
just brightened my day. I'm glad I could help you.
So, you know, if you got family out there and they're struggling, try listening to them and it might help them. But you also got to remember that your family members that you're talking to who are listening to you are also human, and they also have to vent out eventually. They can't just keep holding your stuff. So you also got to realize everyone else has a mental capacity to be able to withstand or hold certain things. My mental capacity is pretty high, and I already carry enough loads about other people's problems. Most of my load isn't even my load. Believe it or not. In total, I'm carrying more than 1,500 people's issues. So I have no objections or issues with that. I'm just carrying more than 1,500 people's issues. And it kind of feels like it's replaying like a broken record over and over again. But, you know, that's nature. There's nothing that I can do about it once it's already been dumped on me. I just gotta deal with it like everyone else and then push it away whenever I'm done doing my scientific research portion of it. So, it's like, read it, write it, then dispose of it. It's kind of how it should work. Read, write, dispose of. Read, write, dispose of. It helps keep you in check, so that way you're not always, you know, going off the rails. I'll have to fix that window with some metal, assuming I have any. If I armor up this place the best I can. Now, if you're wondering why am I armoring up this candy store, essentially, it's because I don't want my brainstem yanked out through my ass. Okay, that solves that issue. And just in case of an emergency, this will be refilled. Just in case I need to come blasting through here and cut a hole out of this wall real quick. I should really reinforce the bottom layer here. Now that that bottom layer has been reinforced, let's reinforce the staircase section. So that way, in the event of anything horrible, again, I won't get my ass handed to me. It's gotta go at least 3 blocks up, since I know the staircase is kind of exposed on the outside. Looks like I ran out. I'll have to make more. As you can see, completely correct about the staircase being exposed from the outside. So if anything does happen, my staircase does need to be fully intact. Okay, do that right there. Go over here, grab my shitty cement mixer. Go ahead and get the shitty cement mixer out. We'll leave it right there. Look at my resources and see how many stones I really have. 6,000 on that, 1,000 here, 1,000 on there. Should be able to make plenty of concrete mix. It's gonna take about 50 minutes though. But just to make sure that it's all going smoothly, we'll add all the materials back, reshuffle it, or to get it balanced out again. And this shit should really be balanced right now. I'm already feeling exhaustion again. Hold on, I got a text. Okay, well, not entirely sure how long that'll be in service. Okay. I'm gonna eat these eggs. Because if you eat boiled eggs before you study, there's an actual real world perk. So, if you eat boiled eggs before you make a major study or study for a test, you'll absorb the intelligence more better, but you gotta wait about 15 to 30 minutes after consuming the boiled eggs. Don't eat the boiled eggs while you're studying, because then you won't have the enzymes to do it. 2 or 3 boiled eggs is all you're going to need while you study. So for those of you who are wondering, that's as many eggs as you're really going to need, about 2 or 3 of them. I think this is it for this entire level out. Now, if I want to do any of the updated content from Darkness Falls is going to be on a much more heavier stuff. So, in order for me to do the Darkness Falls mod, which I can probably start up, the only difference is once I do the Darkness Falls mod, that before the game updates, before the end of the month, which is at the end of this month for anybody wondering, once the end of this month happens, the previous save file, including this save file that I currently am playing on, may no longer be compatible with the game, so the save file will or might be permanently lost, which means I will be restarting again on Insanity difficulty, for those of you who are wondering. So the difficulty is Insanity, the one that I am playing on. So, you know, with the difficulty level that high and multipliers applied, I might as well just do what I can for now. Now, in the meantime, I'd love to thank you guys for tuning in, stopping by to view whatever it is I was doing here. And in a little bit, I'm about to install the Darkness Falls mod. I need to make a phone call to see if I'm going to be picking up somebody today or not. And I'm going to be boiling a few things down. So during that time, we're going to put something on. In the meantime, what's I'm looking for? We'll put this one. No idea if this is balancing out properly for anybody listening. I also gotta go check some things, so I'll be right back.
I'm a soldier, значит я, и ответчик, и судья. Я стою на двух концах огня, огибая виражи, обгоняя смерть тиши. Я бегу сразиться с тенью лжи. Сколько в них значит я и ответчик, и судья. Я стою на двух концах огня, огибая виражи, обгоняя смерть и жизнь. Я бегу сразиться с тенью лжи. Сколько б ни тени плела.
No idea if it just started playing again because I tapped some keys by accident. Probably so. I'll change the music track to some general house music or whatever. While I try to figure this out, exactly how to install Darkness Falls. Okay. So I'm going to examine where exactly we stored files for Saturday's diagram. So it's a little gear thing. 1.0 will be tomorrow. Not tomorrow, but so we're going to back up game files. Browse a location. Documents. So I'm going to create a backup in my game file. We're going to create a backup, so in the meantime I'm going to back up the game files just in case I screw it up somewhere so that I don't lose precious game data while I do the modding scene for it. Doing an audio test. Okay, need to open up the folder of 7 Days to Die, and I need to grab the 7 Days to Die launcher. And I need to click Properties, or what is it? Need to copy the launcher instead of that, because with the launcher in place over here, it can create issues. Now, if I do it right here, full screen, easy anti-cheat, needs to be that. Native input module. And then we're going to click run through the launcher. What are you talking about? What's missing? The launcher is not missing, you broke fathead idiot. So what, does it have to be sitting in the damn folder in order for it to fucking work? God damn it. Have to delete that launcher though. Alright. Well, I don't know. Oh, the game probably crashed. You'd run it via another program. The odds of it working are pretty low. Oh, no. The game almost crashed. Okay, so this is Darkness Falls, and it's version 5.10. Alright, now we're going to have to call this something new before we start it up. So we'll call it Darkness Wobbly. Now don't ask me, if I had a better processor this would probably work. The XP multiplier only goes up to 100%. 60 minutes, 100 minutes, or 180 minutes. Daylight length could be 20 hours. You could have daylight for 24 hours. So the advent. And we're going to do difficulty Hell on Earth, because why not? Basic, blood moon frequency. Go to a maximum of 78 days for frequency, or you could disable the blood moon. And the warning is like that: blood moon enemy count, walk speed, daytime, walk, sprint, 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 zombie feral senses off, airdrops. We'll make them every day because we don't know what'll happen. The difficulty is like that. Enemy spawning is on, drop nothing on quit, drop everything on death. Loot respawn time will be about 7 days. That's 7 days in said area. The lowest loot respawn time is 5 days with the mod initiated. Hopefully the mod is actually working and it isn't broken. So keep that in mind. Then you got Darkness Falls options. Your claim amount could be 3 blocks, 4 blocks, and we'll put it 5 blocks large so that way I can have 5 blocks and cover 5 blocks worth of materials. Wandering Horde, minimum hours 24. Wandering Horde max, minimum hours 28. Wandering Horde zombie minimum, 20 minimum. Wandering max is 40. Max animals 50. Max zombies on screen 64. And there'll be no killing of players. So even if somebody manages to join the server or whatever, there'll be no murdering of the players on the server. Persistent profiles or nothing, and the difficulty is going to be Hell on Earth. And the name of the save game will be called Darkness Wobbly. Okay, let's see if this will actually load. If it doesn't load, the game will crash and require me to, well, do a whole bunch of other crap. Now, hopefully I actually did this correctly and that I didn't screw up somewheres. So keep that in mind. So, don't quote me on this. Oh, man. Then I gotta fix this whole thing with, getting my perks on from Blue Queenie. Blue and Queenie. But she wears that headset that's got those little weird cat or dog ears on top. It's always wearing that. I got a chicken in the fridge, and I got Maruchan ramen noodles. I have 8 of them left, I think. That's plenty of survival food for maybe tops a week if I eat 1 pack a day and spare the chicken over. and probably freeze it. Alright, so this is the introduction. Welcome to Doctor's Falls. Thank you everyone for all the support over the last few years. I've never expected the mod to be popular, but it is, and I feel that thank you isn't enough to express my feelings on that. Extra special thanks to Sparrow for advance on guidance on the C hashtag measures, C matters, and Zint for his amazing animation tutorials, and my Patreons whose financial support allowed me to buy all sorts of models and assets to torment you all with. Special extra thanks to those of you, to all of you, all of the testers, ethics, and then it says ethics, and I don't care for help with CC Plus or patches or Turbo C variations bits of artwork like the main menu and UI. Dubbers for being insane, and DPS numbers for balance and increased reasoning, Rizzo and Twitch integration testing, Kyo. This says Puck for MP testing, Grumpyard and toggling Eric and Marcidard Generals SP testing and Fate and Jerick testing the game's German localization and AMC for bad jokes. Keep our morale up. Please make sure to check your journal as well as using this to detail class information and mod specific changes where possible. And good luck. End of the road. No one expected the end of the world. Zombie movies, shows, and games always portrayed it starting off with a few unwell people that just snowballed out of control. You remember the sky going dark and zombies bursting out of the sewer systems. Then the military came and they tried to hold back the tide while people ran for evacuation. You remember falling and hitting your head and the world turning to darkness. Waking up, you heard gunfire and explosions, and your blurred vision eventually cleared to reveal a medical tent. Other survivors were around you, and you had been stripped of your undergarments and to dress your wounds. One of the other survivors explained this was a stopping point, a temporary safe zone until you could all be moved to a more permanent one. But it seems the zombie found you first, and you noticed the other survivors had backpacks of stuff, planning to make their escape, and one was passed to you. With no other plan, you snuck out of the camp with the survivors, and then you all broke and ran in separate directions so all the zombies wouldn't notice you. Now you have no memory, no clothes, and no idea where you are. Maybe the backpack will have something of use. Now keep in mind, these backpacks actually do have useful crap in them. But also keep in mind that each individual class has its limitations and everything. The backpack contained a tattered map. Looking at it, comparing the landmarks, you can see that you notice something marked with an X. A notice scrawled next to it saying White River. Maybe it's a settlement where you can be safe for a while. Also known as the White River Supply. If you use the small backpack, you'll temporarily increase your storage space and reduce your encumberment. Now, the class paper allows you to pick a certain class, which allows you to master them. Each individual class has its place. By taking a look at the note, it says dysentery. Necessary food and percentage, water, shape, menu, and placing blocks, encumbrance, spending skill points. White River Citizen, that one actually helps you. And the White River people are pretty much your best friends. All these notes are necessary in order to figure out what you're supposed to do next. Now, selecting a class is the hard part. This will tell you. Choosing a farmer class gets you the farmer class stuff. Choosing a hunter class gets you the hunter class stuff. Choosing a laborer gets you tools. The mechanic gets you access to stuff for like mechanics and I believe a wrench. Which if you're going to scrap parts and get money for it immediately it works. The scientist will get you some medical stuff. Security will get you security based material and armor. Survivalist class starts you out with a bow I think. And if you do this one, which will pick a random book out of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 out of 7 classes, the random book will select you a random class and you got to stick with it from that point. Each one of these class books has a different level of machinery or material that you got to work with. So right now, I'm just going to choose the mechanic. Knowing how to repair and scavenge broken appliances for usable parts is going to prove invaluable in the coming days. Get some basic tools together and start taking everything apart. The bedroll can only be useful for small amounts of things. I don't know who the hell is outside of this room screaming their head off or doing whatever the hell it is they're doing. But I gotta stop doing that, so I'm gonna go out there and say something in a very nice fashion because I'm not screwed up. Give me a second. Alright. Well, I had to handle a small amount of business. It was actually a lot easier than I thought. I just told them to leave. So not standing in the hallway banging on the door like they're dying or whatever. Actually kind of helped me out a bit. But I do need to get up out of the hallway and stop that banging on the door. It's not important, believe me. If it isn't a life-threatening situation and somebody's trying to take a shit, you really shouldn't be banging on that door. Now, out of the time that I've been alive, I know only one of my brothers have had to learn that lesson the hard way, which is when my dad exploded on him. Telling him straight up to stop banging on the door because he has to take a shit someday. So, you know, at least I go about it in a really nice fashion without screwing my head off. It's not a good thing that you go bang on the door. Like, I understand they're kids and stuff, so, you know, it's good to tell them ahead of time, hey, don't go doing that, because, you know, people get very little amount of time for their body to finally be relaxed to actually go take a dump or go pee. So, you know, as you get older, you have a finite number of chances to go to the bathroom throughout the day. Real fact. For anybody who doesn't actually believe that, it's a real fact. People have a finite number of times that they can go to the bathroom. And it's really abundantly necessary to know all that information. So, you know, take care of what you can while you can. That's the best thing I can say is take care of what you can while you can. You don't want to all of a sudden have to go to the bathroom later in life. And then discover that you can't go because, you know, God knows what happened or what went wrong. But the idea still stands. You know, go while you can. You know. Don't wait until disaster strikes, because once that happens, there's kind of no turning around after that. Well, after that, your guts won't thank you about it. And 10 years down the road, and you got colon cancer, well, you're only going to have to blame yourself because you didn't go while you could. So, you know, take it with a grain of salt or take it with a grain of happiness. Doesn't matter. Probably should have took the security class, but I'm not sure what benefit I would have gotten from that. I haven't played the mechanics class before, so this will probably be my first time, and there were some revisions to the classes, and their abundant function and availability and uses. Oh, this dude's throwing up. Here, Holmes. Come on, loser. Pretty sure if you burn on fire a little bit more. Uh-oh. Nope. I want to keep my head still screwed on, so I'm good. There was already a wolf over there, so me doing a little bit of damage to him allows me to spare my own ass some trouble. The more my skills in scavenging increase, the better it'll be for me. I don't really need any of those chairs for anything. I need to be at least level 15 to actually gain any real benefits from scavenging. At least that material. You know, there's actually a purse here in every one of those, and somehow I keep forgetting that exists.
Howdy, survivor. Make yourself at home.
Nothing in that book set. But there is this one. Orange juice. Iron knuckles are going to be very important, even though I might not be able to use it right off the bat. Still very important. Sup, Joel? Let me see your inventory, bruh. I'm not sure he'll buy that carrot. Now you found yourself civilization, it's time to work, make a name for yourself. Normal trader. The normal trader will give you quests similar to vanilla. Open trade routes as given before. U tier with the trader increases. There are no new tier rewards like vanilla, so no free bicycles or any other nonsense. White River Scout is available to all traders and offers medical items to sale and quests to kill zombies and restore power. If you wish to progress in Darkness Falls, specific content, she is the one you'll need to do quests for. So only the White River Scout is the one you'd want to be doing stuff for. Like this right here, the shotgun long barrel. Originally, this was an older implication that was originally implemented with other stuff. Now, for those of you wondering what I mean by that, it was originally implemented with the original game. So the original game of 7 Days to Die, back when it was in its much earlier alpha stages, actually implemented the shotgun short barrel and the shotgun long barrel. The shotgun short barrel and long barrel will determine whether or not if you made a pistol grip shotgun or not, essentially a sawed-off. So if you were wondering about that, that was also another thing that played into the game. The sell the chrysanthemum and the cotton seeds and all that just to get some quick material. I don't really need to carry half of these things on me, but I will carry them. Those 2 eggs are going to do me no good. Getting some armor right off the bat would be immediately important, but I do need an actual weapon. Now, these are like generic rifle barrel parts, auto rifle parts. These are like old ways of how they actually implemented it originally in the game. This is just pretty much more old school than you thought. The portable lathe, which is actually necessary for other belated business. Electric post, switch, you got tools, paintbrush, tool and die set. This was actually necessary originally to craft munitional parts at the forge. Otherwise, scavenging was your only way to get it done. Desert Vulture schematic. This will allow you to create the Deagle right off the bat. The sniper rifle schematic, which originally allowed you to craft a sniper rifle at the beginning. So if I can make a quick 2800, I can create that. And if I do it correctly, I can get some of that needed, much needed material done. Right now, they got padded armor, and I don't got enough for either one of those.
Pleasure doing business with you.
So if I wear it, I can move on with my life. probably no likelihood of me leveling up anytime soon. I do have 2 skill points though. So if I go under something, I think this is the normal class. Mining tools, blunt blade, miner 69er, scavenger, rifled weapons, scavenging. Like you can boost up the scavenging stuff, increasing whatever. You could also boost up Quality Joe, which also increases the general stuff. So by increasing the Quality Joe related business, you'll get some of what you're looking for out of it. And it also implements Sexual Tyrannosaurus, which increases your stamina regeneration. One of many necessary skill sets. Baseline survival, martial arts training. You need special or certain classes to be implemented in order to gain ranking in any of these other classes. I need something that may or may not help me with whatever. So this is the mechanics class. Then you got perks like heavy crafting. You can buy it and it only exists like that. Will increase pack mule. However, getting pack mule out of the way right away would be more important to increase your payload for resource carrying. There's Big Bertha right over there. Should probably avoid Big Girl, so I can still have my face intact. I got a headache right now, so if you're wondering if I'll be okay, I'm not entirely sure, so don't question it. Now keep in mind, the vanilla weapons do have their value, however, they won't have their value for too long. But you can get what you can if you loot out the whole area. If you're lucky, you'll land a pistol or some rifle ammo. So right now, all I'm doing is technically looting whatever I can from this guy's place and sell it back to him to make quick caps. Essentially make some quick resources. Ah, here's a White River Scout. Lady Killer. Man-Eater. Nurse of the Health.
Can I trust you?
No, I don't necessarily need to complete it right away for anybody wondering. Just an actual fact, I don't have to complete it right away. I can take my sweet ass time. There's no actual date of when that will expire. Fortunately, that's one of the many virtues of that. There's no real date on that, so it doesn't expire. 16 of that, an empty red sedan. How'd you get inside? Oh. I forgot, this place could fall apart. So much for brain cells. Yeah, sweetheart. First thing I gotta have you do is burn to death. Girl, you're gonna blow up by yourself. Seriously, she was gonna blow up by herself. I have to break into this dude's joint in order to get to that room. At least lockpicking is a little bit different and it's more Fallout stylish. Whew. I should probably upgrade this guy's upper doors.
The best merchandise.
I got retardicons out there beating it up. If this guy dies, I'll lose all my sailing opportunity, at least for sale items. Not entirely sure what other benefits I'm gonna get here. I'm selling these 3 potatoes so I can get a jump on that.
Gratitude
Scrap
and
polymers right
safe
off the bat.
travels, friend.
Swallow that. Let's see. Sort that out. Sort out my inventory a little bit. Pile up some metal real quick. I think that's about it. Other than that, there's really nothing else I could do here. I don't feel like robbing this guy, so I'm not gonna do him dirty like that. No, no, no. Bad doggo. Well, that's what he gets. See if I could even make any tools. Yeah. Guess I kind of can make some tools. We'll make a stone sledgehammer while I'm at it. Wow, I was only able to make 2. That's kind of lame. Look, it's the old cheerleader zombie. But they call her a zombie stripper. Which is incorrect. It's actually the original cheerleader zombie from the original game. Nothing like launching your boy into a crowd. I know, right? That was 2 for 1. There we go. Even with the insanity difficulty on, I still managed to deal with them. Yep. Nothing like bashing a poor bastard's brains out. Would make a wooden club, but there would be no use for that. Well, how do I create a sharp rock? I'll create 2, since technically it needs 2 in order to make the stone axe. Don't care about the ZU fan shirt. That has no benefit to me. Do-do-do-do-do. And he's out of there. The sudden increase to skill points on my, on my behalf. I don't gotta worry about none of the extra crap. Yeah, just stay right there, buddy. Okay, man. Oh, need 2 points in order to get that. Bummer. Do 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 do. Let me just bash this tree a little bit. Whew. Really gotta get this harvesting gone another way. Another thing you should look out for, if you notice anything out of the ordinary, like constant weird things like zombies eating other zombies or dead corpses on the ground, and if you played the game as long as I have, which is an actual implementation in this game, because it used to be in the older files of 7 Days to Die, that if a zombie ate another zombie's corpse right after, the zombie had a slim chance of transforming and becoming an even stronger zombie or recovering their health after it had just been dwindled down. So disposing of zombie corpses in the beginning was originally good, not just for your frame rate, but it was also good in order to maintain it. Disposing of dead animal carcasses also increased your chances of maintaining yourself, meaning keeping it in check without having to worry about extra related business. And now my blunt weapons has increased, which is a good thing. Now I wouldn't want to engage that wolf right off the bat because I don't have the resources or the armor to kick his ass. I don't even have the resources to do certain things, much less let alone the talent points in order to do certain things. So the sooner I handle these mildly abrasive issues, the sooner I can move on. Just gotta loot this entire field of craptastic flowers, and possibly vegetables and fruits. Hold on. Sorry, I was dealing with a small issue. It appears that the torque being delivered by the machine was a little bit too high. So, kind of caused the machine to jump around a bit. There it goes again for no reason. PRB. I'm experiencing some technical difficulties with the washing machine. I will be right back. Well, that was a little annoying dealing with a washing machine. Believe it or not, it was very annoying. Most annoying thing ever to deal with. I got oranges. Let me check out some recipes and see if I can make anything with it. I can make dried orange slices. I need water to make orange juice, and I don't even got that. Yeah, there's a 7% rotten food chance with those items. This one has a 10% rotten food chance. That's not a good ratio whenever I could run the risk of getting dysentery at such an early stage. It's not good at all. So again, sorry for anybody of you who are actually waiting here for me to continue to play the game. But due to technical difficulties associated with issues, which might I add were really annoying issues. I had to improvise a little bit. With a washing machine. Doot, doot, doot. Oh, I guess can't jump up there. Given the springs and the scrap polymers, the eggs run a 7% food poisoning chance. Well, I can't really sell that either. Put the hat stuff away.
Much obliged, stranger.
Okay. Well, that gives me that. Here's some shoes, and this gives me a hat. Well, I'm mostly dressed up. Not entirely dressed up, but mostly. What the hell, dude? The hell is this? Well, that ruined my day. A random ass bug kinda came out of nowhere and fucked that all up. Now, on a scale of 1 to pissed, I'm more close to pissed. Because that ate up a lot of my health. Well, whatever the case be. I should probably use this medicine. Get rid of the rotting flesh. I should take these lockpicks because they're more important. That's why I'm doing this. I'm just doing whatever I can to get whatever kind of dukes I can in my pocket. In other related news, or under-related news, oh, well, maybe there's some useful tools in here. Hopefully. And there is. There's a robotic sledge. Immediately, the robot gods smile on me. No, I say robot gods because, you know, it's a robotic sledgehammer. I could use this to send my enemies flying. I can probably spare myself quite a bit of an embarrassment. My natural healing factor may be put into play a little bit. Looks like I got a repair kit, so this could help me. Nothing else I should be worried about around here, right? Anyways, using a robotic sledgehammer uses up no stamina, so it's a pretty good base perk when you're really breaking down. Oh, that is so gay. Come on, dude. That is literally so gay. Literally undeserving of that fucking event. Oh yeah, let me respawn now, 100,000 miles away from where the hell I was at with all of my shit. Wouldn't have mattered if I put down the stupid ass backpack or anything, it would have been fucking pointless from the get-go. Now I gotta go all the way back to this garbage ass world, probably run into 70% of what I just got through abandoning, and have 0% opportunity to really solve my problems. So, great game. Great. You let the fucking NPC sucker punch me and fucking get a goddamn cheap blow off of me. You crack, baby. This isn't even where I'm supposed to be at. Where the hell is the stupid trader? And it says ready to respawn. Yeah, I'm ready to respawn in the middle of goddamn nowheres. Well, at least that one actually had some loot in it out of all the garbage I've picked up to this point. Jesus Christ. I should probably steer clear from this ugly beater house over here because really likely something's gonna come out of it. Like a goddamn dog. Kind of letting this cupcake spoil in front of me even though I've only eaten half of it. I should probably eat it. Otherwise it'll go bad. Seriously. Number one thing I hate about this game is that doesn't matter what difficulty you're at or difficulty that you're on, somewhere, somehow, the game's gonna sucker punch you. A literal fact you'll have to deal with when playing this game. Bruh, how are you not getting your ass whooped by the sledgehammer? There's no way you got freaking that much protection. This is a robotic sledgehammer. I'm taking off one piece of HP off of you each and every time. Nope, you're not getting up. I'm definitely going to abuse the crap out of you. Yeah, it took a little while to get done, but it was worth it. I had to abuse the living crap out of him, but you know, it was worth it. Now remember what I said, young people. If you're gonna be like, oh, save the zombies, they did nothing wrong, I'm gonna throw your ass in front of them and see if you still say that shit. I will personally feed you to them. If you're gonna be like, oh, save the zombies, I'm gonna feed you to them. I will break both your kneecaps and throw you in front of them. Here in this county, we ain't got no zombie simps. So if you're gonna sympathize the zombies, believe me, I'm gonna pop you in your kneecaps and throw you down there and use you as bait. So I can get away. Like I said, no zombie sympathizers here. We don't do that here. Oh look, I can actually make a bone machete. Didn't even know. Can I make some sticks? Yeah, I can. We'll make 30 sticks, because why not? Plenty of sticks for plenty of ammo. Make as many as I can using that department. Look at the bone machete. Let's see how that looks like. Oh, sweet. It actually doesn't look that bad. Looks pretty good. That's 15 melee damage and power attack. It's got pretty good sneak damage, so if I manage to sneak up on them, assuming I ever get the drop on them.
Howdy, survivor. Make yourself at home.
Yeah, no problem, man. I will make myself a home. So, where's his wife you were advertising? Decided to make myself a home. Not much I could do right now. I got 51 arrows and I still need some arrowheads. So, I'll figure it out. But it turns out these zombies apparently can block. Which I doubt.
I thank you, kind sir.
Yeah, no problem with me dying costing me 50% of my health, you freaking jackass. Nom nom nom. I think I can make coil rounds in bulk. Okay. I still haven't exactly have made a place to like basically stay at or even live in. So at some given point I do need to figure it out. Hold on there, sweetheart. I need you to back up. What the actual fuck, you little bastard? Hit this ugly fat hoe in the face. Ah. Like I really have to really aim for this guy's ugly mug, otherwise I won't be able to kill him. Well, I can't get the arrows back from them. Oh well. to be the bearer of bad news, but this house might have to do. I know it's not ideal, but, you know. I gotta do what I gotta do. I'll tell you that as much. This is not an ideal house to live in, but it's the only one I can live in. At least safely for the time being. I'll need a wrench for this one. Actually, I should probably leave this in case I need a quick escape. Gotta think about your escape routes too, man. Hopefully the salvage goes well. Just armor that up real quick. And we'll take that land claim territory. It's pretty massive, so I get some of what I need out of it. And before I do anything stupid, and I will repeat this again before I do anything stupid. I'm literally going to put my bedroll in here. Just in case. Now if you're going to ask me why am I putting it in here, I'll explain it to you, because in a moment I'm about to do something probably stupid. I'm going to see if I can harvest these barrels without blowing them up. Hopefully they don't blow once they hit 0. If they do, this land claim block will be demolished. Okay, I can pick up my bedroll now that I know that I'm in no danger of it detonating in my face. Hold on, completely forgot about this thing. This is a propane tank and does explode naturally if shot. Okay, thank God. Now when I say that does explode naturally when shot, I'm not bullcrapping. It really can blow up naturally when it's shot. Okay. A double barrel schematic, which is pretty helpful right off the bat. A bag full of guns, which I didn't notice before. Got a battery, which is pretty helpful. you break it all down, the battery's pretty helpful. Okay. Not entirely sure what next to do, but I need to figure out how to create a container. We'll create another torch because it's necessary. A rain catcher will do some good, but not entirely sure how good. Wood shutters. And a secure storage box, which will take about 2 wood. Need to put a rain catcher outside so that way it can catch me some rain. And fill up the barrel or whatever with whatever necessary gooey goods I need. Lockpicking can be improved, and so can my barter. Perk books still haven't been unlocked. I can get better barter or the iron gut. But right now I'm going to put it into those points. Carry 21 more item slots without being encumbered. Carry 14 more item slots without being encumbered, which does improve my carry weight ratio. So this is the amount of stuff I'm going to put away. The can of sham, I'm going to do that. I'm going to read the schematic, obviously. This boot I'm probably going to sell right off the bat. This gear I'm going to keep. This lead battery is going to sell. I'm going to put this away, chrysanthemum seeds. That away. I got a wooden chair and some cross bolts. I finally got a wrench so I can begin the salvaging portions of everything. So, yay! More stuff to salvage. I could probably salvage the car and the school bus outside and get bare minimum resources out of it, or I can go salvage crap far away from my house and get better resources from it. The eggs I'm going to keep here from now on. I need a frying pan in order to maintain certain things. The duct tape I'm going to leave here. Take the bandage with me, the lockpicks, the chair I'm going to leave here, obviously. Gonna take that with me. Arrows, move this aside, move that over. My bone knife is gonna go right there. I'm gonna salvage a car off of the street. Whew. And I need to move this and put the rain barrel where I can collect some rain outside. I don't know if I can make anything yet. So I could see what I need. If I have a bowl of water, it requires a clay. I can make some orange juice, technically. So I'll leave that right there. Put that right in there. Got this particular type of thing. Still need a cooking pot. We'll leave that right there. Put in that. Excess stuff that I need to leave behind is going to stay right there. This torn down car is obviously going to get harvested immediately. I don't really have much of a choice anyways. There's a pipe baton, repair of scrap iron, short iron pipes, which I just picked up one, so I can repair it, but it does lose some of its quality. Which is bad, but at least it'll last a little longer. The radiator will do me some good with some other stuff, but it's not going to do me good in the long run. So if it ever rains out here, I do need to put this rain barrel somewhere reliable. We'll leave it right here. Gonna salvage what I can from this oven. Head back to Trader Joel's. With scavenging increasing, I get more materials. The more materials I get, the easier it becomes to make a quick living. The more I get done with mining tools, the better it turns out for me. I would leave these stacks of rocks here, but I don't want to run the risk of leaving something valuable behind that can possibly be useful later. Right now, I still seem to be receiving some kind of debuff. As you can see, I died and my health has pretty much been halved to 50%. And it was at 100 originally and at 100 stamina. So the penalty for dying halved most of my health. Which isn't a good thing. I want to last longer. I don't know how long I've been going. It's sort of like 2 something. It's going to be 3. I should probably get the school bus out of here and salvage what I can from it. If all of a sudden a random horde were to appear, it'd blow up the bus, creating damage to the ground and part of my house. So thinking logically is very important in this segment. Getting quite a few parts and pieces. The better my scavenging skills, the better it'll last. The less my tool degrades. I don't know what to take in, at least inventory-wise, in order to increase my stamina. I guess technically I could eat this, but there's no water in this. And if I drink the lateral option, I might get dysentery out of it rather than actual usefulness. I'll just have to buy something to drink from one of these vending machines. Try to satiate the thirst issue. Peanuts, get apple seeds from apples, batter, which is necessary for fried stuff, coconut wire requires coconut tree, dough requires coconuts and yeast. That's kind of how you make coconut bread, which is a real thing, coconut bread. And for those of you who don't have a perverted mind, it means a tastier alternative compared to what most people would likely be seeing. Yeah, this is going to be a rough start. Assuming no random enemies appear from behind me and kill me while I'm at the trader. Well, I got rice milk, which is 48. What do you mean I can't buy it? It says buy price is 48. What, $48, you ass? Why can't I buy it? What, you want 48 American dollars for that
How
stupid
goes
thing?
it?
And you better have something to drink on you, you fathead loser. Get as much as I can out of this because I'm not gonna spend my time trying to dig out whatever else I can out of it. Oh really, water only restores 10. Dick.
Safe travels.
It's supposed to be at 103, but due to issue. Yeah, consume an average quality drink. Your maximum health will slowly regenerate while this buff is active. Don't know what else to get from this loser. I'm not entirely sure what he could have. He's got some mods, but they're a bit out of range. Could get a cheese pizza. Basic pizza, but still good. I need a cooking pot and a grill. We'll take the
You come
cheese
back
pizza for
sometime.
grub. Because we're gonna need that grub. Okay, I got the bare minimum. I can't buy any actual schematics for like firearm-based technology. What I can do is try to improve my quality of living. So there's some positives right there. In the meantime, I'm going to go over here and try to salvage this car real quick. Because I kind of don't really have too much time. I also need to see if I can buy a blob of stuff from this guy too. Forgot what blob it is I'm talking about. I think it's cobblestone rocks. I haven't really picked up anything from the ground or any kind of clay-based material. Which if I look under tools right now, the only thing I have access to is that. The stone shovel requires some more fabrics. We'll grab some real quick. Okay. Well, now I can make a stone shovel. Something else lacking. Jesus Christ, this is terrible. Look at that. The amount of damage I'm actually doing to the ground, I'm not getting too much clay out of it. No, 25 clay is better than nothing. Let's go back in there and try to get some other materials. If there was a smaller door nearby, I'd use it, but they're all on the sides. These larger doors should only really be used unless you're driving through with a
Need
car.
assistance?
I don't need crushed sand, but there's 21 for that amount you have there. Mineral infuser, state-of-the-art mineral infusing technology. Takes boring water and infuses it with your daily take of intake vitamins and minerals. At least that's what the package says. Produces mineral water instead of regular water, which is necessary if you need certain things. I'm gonna give him the brass radiator. Even better, filtered water makes use of highly complicated purification techniques, increases speed by 25%. I'll take
Thanks for
200
shopping
cobblestone
here. Come
rocks.
again.
That'll give me 20 blocks of coverage, at least on protection scale wise. Oh crap, for a second there I was experiencing a mild bit of PTSD. I thought I was seeing a huge behemoth. I was going to say, and that's the game. So, yes, does this mod actually freak me out and actually causes... Whoa. Does this mod actually torment you? The answer is yes. This would torment the average man. Even the not so average man would probably be tormented by this mod. Will this mod mentally scar you? The answer is also yes. This mod can and probably will mentally scar you. So if you think it won't, don't count your chickens before they hatch. Boop, boop, beep, boop, bop. Okay. Now, I need to produce about 3 minutes worth is necessary in order to create the clean water. I can make a pear smoothie if necessary, or yucca juice. Or my favorite, the orange juice, which is somewhere around here. And advanced technology, it says unleash hell, which is a cooking pot requirement. So I wouldn't waste my time doing that, because you know, I like my ass where it's at. It's still attached to me. The orange juice requires some kind of crafting table. Crafting area, mortar, and pestle. Which, I forgot how to even craft that. Physician, living off the land, and basic farming one. So I'm going to need that if I really wanted to make orange juice. I think this is salvageable. Yeah, it is. Boink. 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 Okay. It smells like there's spilled chemicals somewhere. It's because the smell of it is literally emanating in my room. So, I gotta go check some stuff. As soon as I'm done chopping down this tree, I'll get right back to you guys. Because again, believe it or not, it smells a lot like chemicals right now, inside of my bedroom. Okay, well that solves that right there. Just gotta harvest that real quick. And we'll get this one right quick. And then I gotta go see if there's a bunch of chemicals spilled on the floor because it's pretty heavy right now, this smell. And it's starting to make me a little nauseous. I'll be right back. Okay. I guess I could say false alarm or whatever. Nothing to really be alarmed about right now. At first I thought it was something I'd have to worry about, but nope. It just turns out that they're mopping the floor. So, nothing to worry about. Could make a clay bucket. Get a clay bowl if necessary. Or make cobblestone rocks. Dirt, topsoil is necessary. Nothing I could really do right there, but other than that, I guess I'll drink the water. The rice, basically rice milk. Also known to the general public as horchata, which is necessary if you really wanted to do certain things. And take a look under weaponry. I can make a pipe machine gun, a pipe pistol, a pipe shotgun, and a pipe rifle. So we'll take the pipe rifle and the pipe shotgun because we have shotgun ammunition and stuff like that, so we'll make both of those items. Mostly because the rifle will deal the damage. We'll keep the iron with us. I'm not entirely sure what else I could do here. They got camping chairs. They have no value, so I could scrap them in order to get the iron out of them. This is an old shamwich, or sandwich. Or, yeah, old sham sandwich. Gives me 15 food, but it gives me a high chance of food poisoning as well. So what I'm thinking is I want to put my weapons with my weapons. This is for harvesting, tools, 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 weapons, 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 boop, boop, boop. Okay, so reload the pipe rifle real quick so I can get that going, and reload the pipe shotgun real quick so I can have that going as well. I probably shouldn't be anywhere near this place unless I wanted to deal with the dog right away. Which I know dealing with the dog is the least of my worries, but having to deal with one is probably not the least of my worries. It's probably one of the most of my worries. Let me craft these 3 building blocks so I can have a quick escape. Gotta see where that dog is. It's right there. Now, which weapon will deal the most sneak attack damage? 250%. And that one. So I got 30 times 250%. This sleeping animal right here. It's necessary to take him out. If I don't take him out, I'll get my ass ripped apart. Now, if you're wondering why you gotta do that, well, your life really depends on it, and if you don't do it, you know, you can kiss your ass goodbye. So don't be expecting good things out of it. Let's see. The best advice I've given any of you so far would probably be exactly what I just told you. When it comes to infected animals, subjects, etc., you want to make sure that you get them at a distance while you can, so you can avoid all the hell afterwards. Okay, nothing is there. I'll probably get some scrap polymers and some gear parts. I would say there are some positives to scrapping as much as you can. If you come across shopping carts and stuff like that in the apocalypse, you're probably better off scrapping the material. And one of the many reasons why you're probably better off scrapping it is because of the longevity of it. So, you know, take your opportunities where you can. Best thing I can tell you is take your opportunities. Got an ammunition stockpile here. Found some batter mix. I'll take that right there from it. Found some old water. We'll salvage this real quick for electronic parts. Salvage this as well. Get what I can from it. After that, I really gotta go to the bathroom. This could probably mean the end of this particular stream. Okay, salvaging, 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 salvaging. salvaging. Gonna salvage the fridge too, because it's not in working order. Found some seeds, found some more material, batter and flour. A tool to use a metal workstation to unlock recipes. Alright. Found a better stone axe, a better quality, so we're gonna break down this couch. I gotta go complete that job or whatever in a little bit, but that probably won't happen today. Probably next time it'll happen, but just not today. Let's hurry up and salvage what I can. Probably the plastic drum out there too. We're obviously going to salvage the TV. Could salvage everything, but we're just going to salvage this. Anything loot can respawn in that hasn't like been touched, that stuff is going to be left alone. So things that I can get loot and material back from, we're going to be leaving that alone. Gonna eat these oranges because there's not much I can do and I can't really make anything with it. And these are necessarily useful. Okay. Okay. Alright guys, I'd like to thank you for tuning in to Wobbly Ricks. We're going to go ahead and cut the stream right here on day 1 and we're going to leave it like that. I think that'll be about it for today's stream, and one of the various many reasons why is because I got a few things to do, I got some things to figure out and sort out. Again, thanks for tuning in, love you guys, peace out. Okay. Don't forget to like and subscribe and share with your friends. Bye-bye.